Commotion.
Ah, the outsiders. Welcome. Outsider. That was a damn big explosion, wasn't it? Heard it down here above the sound of the anvils. Ah, I hope you don't mind if I shout a bit. I feel like it's impossible to hear anything over all this banging and quenching. Indeed, they came down to tell us that we had outsiders about. I swore I misheard. Ah, I probably should have cleaned up the place.
A faculdade lá como que tá? Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Que bom. E aquelas partes lá que tem programação, nossa senhora. Matemática também. Programação acho totalmente desnecessário, tá? Você não vai trabalhar programando? Pelo menos na tua área, né? Que é administração. É que o pessoal, tipo, os especialistas dizem que atualmente a gente já tem uma falta de profissionais, né? Que seriam programadores. E com o tempo, mais e mais programadores vão ser necessários. Programadores, ainda mais com a internet das coisas. Que, ou não, na verdade, atualmente, para ser um número bom, teria que ser tipo 1 milhão de programadores atualmente. Só que aqui no Brasil, pelo menos, a gente só tem 100 mil programadores. E vai ficar bom, precisaria de 1 milhão. E quanto mais passa o tempo, mais programadores precisam. E daqui a um tempo vai precisar tipo de 10 milhões de programadores. E de moto tá chegando em 500 mil. É por isso que as faculdades, tudo que é lugar, o pessoal tá desesperado pra obrigar as pessoas a aprenderem a programar, pra ver se trabalha nessa área. Mas é difícil, né? Ou as faculdades, o professor não sabe ensinar nada, ou programar é realmente difícil e ninguém entende nada. São pouquíssimas pessoas que conseguem entender como funciona o negócio. E ainda assim, mesmo tudo que é curso que tem na faculdade, tudo que é lugar, o pessoal tá meio que obrigando as pessoas a aprender programação, mas ainda assim não tá adiantando, que ninguém ninguém tá, a maioria das pessoas não tá indo muito pra esse caminho de programação, ou porque não quer, ou porque não aprende, não entende. É difícil. É mais fácil o programador que existe hoje em dia programar uma inteligência artificial para programar sozinho, fazer as pessoas, né, aprenderem a programar, porque é difícil, né? Tem que ter sei lá, você tem que ter um cérebro diferente. Eu pelo menos fiquei tentando aprender programação por uns 3, 4 anos e até hoje eu não sei nada. E consigo entender o que está acontecendo no código, mas para eu criar um código meu do zero, não consigo. Tá aí. Quer dizer, eu concordo, mas eu digo, às vezes eu não sei se é exagero das pessoas que vêm falar, né, que, nossa, no futuro a gente precisa de mais de 1 milhão de programadores, senão não vai suprir. Pode ser que seja verdade, mas mesmo assim. Mas é bem assim, né? Por que você vai querer um programador iniciante, né? Os caras só querem um programador que no futuro, pelo menos, vai ter que ser aquela pessoa que, tipo, na época da escola já fazia um pouco de programação. Na faculdade já... Não, o pessoal já tava, tipo, meio mais avançado. Aí já sai da faculdade já, tipo... Já master, não sei como que eles chamam de... Um veterano, não sei como que eles chamam. Eles chamam de júnior e... Ah, não é mestre. Ah, não sei. Sênior? Um júnior e sênior. E o pessoal que é mais ou menos, é que tá começando, ele já não quer, né?
Not bad for a scholar.
E os futuros programadores vão ser todos aqueles que, tipo... Pô, o cara já nasceu, já quando ele era criança já mexia um pouquinho, já entendia um pouquinho. Já fazia o básico do básico. Chegou na faculdade já ficou, né, um pouquinho mais avançado. E depois saiu da faculdade já sendo um sênior praticamente. Esses daí que vão ser contratados para trabalhar de programador, né, tirando isso. Dificilmente vai ter que ser aquelas pessoas que já programam faz anos já. É que nem você falou, né? E que tem experiência, sabe? Ou eles colocam programação nas faculdades só porque eles sabem que é difícil. Só coloca só pra colocar, né? Só pra dificultar, sabe? Só porque é só aqueles que conseguem passar dessa barreira, daí que vão conseguir ter um diploma mais rápido. Só pra ter uma barreira a mais. Pra dificultar conseguir o diploma. Só isso. Não tem nenhum outro propósito além desse. De dificultar pra conseguir o diploma. Aí vai ver, na verdade não é nem pra o pessoal aprender a programar, pra trabalhar com isso, pra suprir as necessidades do mercado. É só pra dificultar mesmo, só pra conseguir um diploma. E mais nada que isso. Nessa dúvida é só isso mesmo.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Talvez esse negócio de suprir a necessidade do mercado seja verdade. Se você for ver, tipo, tem muito programador aí que os caras não tem muito horário de trabalho, assim, tipo, de descanso, essas coisas. O pessoal trabalha dia e noite, dia e noite, dia e noite, nem dorme praticamente. Quer dizer, muitos programadores que eu já vi, pelo menos. Principalmente aqueles que trabalham fazendo o jogo. Nas empresas grandes aí que o pessoal... Tem mais história que o pessoal não vai nem pra casa. Só fica na empresa só. Tem uns estúdios de jogo aí que... Acho que eles têm até dormitório lá, né? Que daí os programadores dormem na empresa, né? Dorme na empresa, vive na empresa, só saem pra... sei lá... Pra tomar um ar e... Pra se divertir um pouco, fazer um entretenimento. Mas eles vivem na empresa. Nem que você não gosta muito de jogo, que nem o Avowed. Mas aqui tem uma classe que eu tô fazendo, que é a classe de armeiro, assim. Daí tem um mosquete que você pode ficar tirando, tem umas pistolas, assim. Dá pra jogar de atirador no jogo. E tem umas pistolas, daquelas antigas, né, que parece de pirata, que você dá um tiro, demora um tempo pra carregar. Aí tem aqueles mosquetão antigos, assim, que parece daquela Primeira Guerra Mundial, que você dava, tipo, parecia tipo um rifle, assim, só que você dava um tiro, tem que te recarregar com pólvora. Dá pra fazer umas classes de atirador, assim. Interessante. Eu tô no Twitch. Tô fazendo live agora. Aproveitar. Já que tô jogando. Já li. Eu tô fazendo live. Tá jogando isso. Eu comecei a jogar. Acho que meio-dia, mas tava só passeando no GTA, fazendo umas missões de secundária e assistindo também. Assistindo seriado. Vai dar uma descansada. Beleza. É bom descanso. Aproveitar que amanhã já volta a rotina. De volta daí já. Passa a semana toda cansado. Descansar pra semana. É bom descansar. Pronto que é? Pra aquela direção, né?
This night, when will the sun rise?
Ué. Mas eu falando pra ir pra lá. Então, tá bom.
Kostya doesn't care who dies. The Cobra must be stopped.
I agree. I can just change the appearance. Okay. Now let's see how you're going to deal with these without A mage healing you.
Everybody all right?
As always. Doesn't change much, but okay.
If Kostya knew about this, he'd be selling tickets.
Do you think so? I think that this could be true. This could be true. I just need to see one thing over here. Okay, here. Bang, bang. Bang. That's not it. That's not it. Let me just check one thing. Because I want to upload this live stream that I did yesterday. But I need to cut one part off. Like 30 minutes off. Okay, it's not that much that I need to cut. But I was eating for at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
We too.
Just jump, guys. It's safe.
Daylight. Essence we have not felt in centuries.
No, you can't speak.
No. Here. Now. It cannot be.
My sister, soul of my soul. How did you find me here?
It wasn't in purpose. You were in my way, actually. To the place that I want to go.
I have been here for so long. No one came looking. Andrew, you are blessed. my fellow Parkrumen said. But I did not come here to meet Sabadal. I am hiding from them. I remember it all. I feel Sabadal's mind beneath yours, swimming in the deep. You should run.
Guys like Avowed too, aren't you?
That was the name they gave themselves. Stolen from the ancient souls, whose deaths gave rise to them, to us. We were little more than appendages to them. That is why I must ask you to destroy them. They shield you from the truth of what they are. The Dream Scourge has existed as long as they have. Don't you see? It is their infection. You, my sister, who are more brave than I, go now to the garden and hang the gardener from their tree. You need only walk a little more. You are nearly at the end. You know, I always meant to die down here. To siphon my soul into a lonely pillar, disconnected from the stone that makes our world. Disconnected from them. I only hope that Sabadal releases you with the same long peace.
How you know the way to the garden when I find it? If you search a will, happen to. If I can reach the will, what will happen to you?
I do not know my end. In that I find a peace beyond any even the true gods can dream of. It is only a door, carved and warded by my own rough hands. It knew me. It will know you, because the same thorn tears at us both. Do not thank me. Only do as I asked. Destroy them, sister. And when you see Mordecai, tell her I said hello.
Strange. Phantasmal focus picked up something, but it's gone now.
Envoy, you alright? We lost you there for a bit, but not like before.
Yeah, I'm good.
Enemy of Solace. Whatever you choose to do with him after we stop him is fine with me. The sluice gates are just ahead. Kosty's probably already there. Let's move. Lava's rising. We have to stop this now.
Good. You're here. Help me destroy the switch. We can't risk someone turning it and opening the gates.
Sure.
If the keep falls so that we might live, so be it. I figured you might have. Bloodthirsty. You people just can't help yourselves. Fuck the keep! So long as the keep stands, my people are trapped here. Doomed by an oath to a dead man. Our people were nomads for ages until we built the keep. When it falls, we'll be free to explore the world again. I will not watch my people rot here for the sake of a pointless oath. Nandru isn't here. He was never here. He built us a tomb and abandoned us to it. Do not speak his name to me as if it could mean anything to you.
He has a point, but it's not worth letting Solace fall to prove it.
You, of all people, are speaking in favor of the suffocating grasp of tradition.
I'm talking about not destroying our ancestral home just because you don't like Nandru. You're just as blinded by those traditions as Mihala. Have the courage to leave if you want, but don't force everyone else to.
Ha! Finally! Proof she's got a spine. Well, Envoy, now's your chance. Are you going to be a good little minion and do as she asked? Or will you let me save my people from themselves?
What I should do in this part of the game. Okay. Let's search. Better choosing to cite Mihala. It is a better choice. Place many more advanced points.
A life for rubble, blood for the prison of old ways. We twine.
Stand down, Kostya. This just isn't your day.
So be it. And you are so close. The entrance to the garden is just beyond this door. I always knew it would come to this.
They're coming! You need better equipment!
Destroy the entire place. It's a little crazy. Giving people the choice to leave if they want, okay, but destroy their entire place, I mean, I think it's too much. So, should I destroy it or save it? Open. I will save it.
It's done. Solace is safe. Thank the gods.
Yep. We saved the day.
We deserve a parade, but I'll settle for a drink on the house.
Closer. We have waited so long.
But first I need to talk to the... Okay. I need to talk to the woman.
We've got company!
Nice work.
The cook is complaining about a lack of ingredients again.
Fui to me.
We're alive! We're alive!
I still can't believe that sucker sub.
What happened, Adirin? Is everyone all right? Thank you. I cannot explain how afraid I was for my people and our home. Things cannot be the same from now on. Not after what we've endured. Here. I once was this artifact's custodian, but I failed in protecting the keep. This belongs to one who has proven capable of guarding my people. I wish so much that things had gone differently. Marius, could I speak to you?
Right. Did she just ask that? Or am I having another nightmare? Good. Let's save the hugs and tears for another time. Okay, let's hear it.
I'm so glad you're safe and that you're surrounded by good people.
All right. Waiting for the but?
There's no but waiting. That's all I wanted to say. Truly. I am genuinely happy you found friendship, Marius. You always deserved more than the world gave you. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, you've always given me more than I deserved.
It was a true thing.
Yeah. To enter the garden now.
I feel crazy saying this, but Kostya was right. We should have let Solace Keep fall.
Crazy is one word for it. You really think you can just burn down someone's ancestral home?
Dearie, the Keep isn't a home. It's a prison. And now the Pargrunen will never escape.
Solace is my home. I still don't get why any of you feel like you have a say in this.
But you left.
Because I chose to. Kostya doesn't get to make that decision for everybody.
If Kostya doesn't, Mihala will.
Civilization, as we know it, hasn't existed in the living lands for very long. We need to preserve what history we have.
Darling, you know I hate to think of losing all of that history more than anyone. But think of what they could have gained. Maxim left the Republics, and it allowed Animancers in Fjord to thrive.
Destroying our home is not starting something new.
You really think everyone in Solace is there willingly? If anything, I imagine Mihala and her traditionalists will only make it harder to leave now. You're right. There's no use in second-guessing it.
True. And you've a date with the gods soon. We can only hope that you'll make better decisions.
And that's not all. Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fjord, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us. Sweet of you to think the fighting will wait that long.
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear you. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown, a land of mystery.
We have to remember to love them in spite of their lack of proper enthusiasm, dearie.
That's the spirit. And funny you should mention it. I have a theory about the garden. Or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw visions or hallucinations, and not even the fun kind.
Sanity won't get us through the garden. Madness opens the mind to discovery. So madness is what we need right now. Before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal. Set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan? For once, I'm all out of ideas. Anyone else?
I'm a soldier. I prefer leaving these decisions to people like you. But if you're asking for input, I don't entirely disagree with Ludwig on this. She may be a monster, but she's not the only one the Living Lands has seen. Sapadal could render this whole island as barren as the tusks in a fit of anger.
Sapadal caused the Dream Scourge. All of this pain. I don't think I can forgive that. Especially after seeing Iancu. I just can't let that go.
Think of what we could learn from Sapadal. Perhaps there's a way we can keep everyone alive.
Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the Living Lands, and the island has suffered for it. No matter what the Inquisitor said, I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in. Just one. Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden.
Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius?
I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada?
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, if you feel like running back to Quilici, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilici that I missed out on the most exciting part.
Fair weather or foul?
I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is.
Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius.
Well, let's go then. We can't keep your god waiting.
Maybe the Lord, I mean, it was right.
That meeting of the Solace Council did not go as planned.
It was a whole lot of exactly what I expected, honestly. It's all processes and traditions and arguments over texts written by Nandru centuries ago.
Same story everywhere. Though, much of Rauatai's history is recorded in chants, so half our debates are sung. It doesn't resolve our feuds, but it does make them more entertaining.
Do you think there's hope for the Council? Or are they too stuck in their ways?
Do I look like a new-sunded politician? There's a reason I spent most of my time as far from civilization as possible.
Well, I'd vote for you, dearie. If only to see you squirm.
Sai de Fluttering.
How to know when to be quiet. What a lovely gift to find on my pillow.
Oh, yeah, interesting. I suppose that's a good skill to master.
If I didn't know better, Marius, I'd think someone was trying to tell me something.
Right. Well, the best thing to do would be to read it. See what it's all about.
And you have nothing more to say, do you?
No, I think everything's out in the open. Why?
I know I talk a lot, but had I known it bothered you so...
Oh, no. It's about maintaining stealth in a wilderness environment. Gods, what did you think it was about?
I just assumed you were too cowardly to complain to my face, dearie.
Not at all. If I had a problem with you, you'd know it. Trust me.
Did someone teach you to fight? Or is every Rauataian born with a sword and pistol in hand?
I like to think we're naturals on the battlefield, but I got my training in the Rauataian Navy.
Does no one study before then?
We learn the basics, just like anyone else. Believe it or not, we don't all become soldiers. We've got trade guilds and universities. Our best scholars wind up at the Lore College.
Interesting.
What brought this on?
Well, I was flinging fireballs at a very young age, and I wondered if Rauatai had perfected fireproof homes.
The storms take care of that for us.
Fair point.
Mother's tongue is the best treatment for snag itch, if you ask me.
I didn't ask, but I'm glad you know so much about what to do with your mother's tongue.
Oh dear, someone must have asked. And snag itch is perfectly natural, I'm sure, and nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, you may laugh, but you wait until you're overcome with snag itch and you're in dire need of Mother's tongue.
Darling, trust me. I can handle any mother's tongue if needed.
Right. Well, I do carry it in my pack, but sure, get snag itch. See if I care.
I think there's been some confusion. Everyone is aware that Mother's tongue is an herb, yes?
Of course, dearie. Marius is just too much fun to tease.
Besides, who names a plant something like that?
Have you been to every part of the Living Lands by now, Marius?
Probably.
Does that mean you've seen a real live Balrog?
More than one.
I'm starting to think they're a myth. You're the only one I've met who's ever seen one.
I know plenty of people who have seen a Balrog. Maybe you just need more friends.
Oh, really? Are any of your friends who have definitely seen Balrogs in the room with us now?
Okay, I need to get some sleep.
You're far too much fun to tease, darling.
Yatsley, I have a question.
Oh no, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing's wrong. I just want to know how you handle the traps in Godless Ruins so easily.
Oh, is that all? Just simple practice, dearie. You have enough of your fur cut by a giant swinging pendulum, and you learn to be a mite more careful.
Right. Maybe you can save me some cut fur and hand me a few pointers sometime.
Of course. The very next ruin we see, I promise.
Gods, I'm gonna regret this, aren't I?
Okay, best food you've eaten. Go.
Fury and root hog ribs.
Really? Fascinating. Why?
Why? Why do you need to know?
Well, I think you can learn a lot about someone from their favorite meals.
Is one of the options because it's delicious?
It can be.
What did my answer tell you?
That you dislike answering what you perceive to be meaningless questions.
Wow. It's like you're a cipher or something.
You were with the envoy when they died. Did you notice anything strange?
Strange how? Besides the part where she came back, I mean.
Disembodied voices, otherworldly visions, anything like that.
Nope. Just lots of blood and lots of shouting.
I'm trying to research near-death experiences. And as usual, I have to do everything myself.
I'm sorry, what madness are we planning now?
Don't worry. Hypothetically, anything I do will be in a lab environment with plenty of supervision.
If you need subjects, I'm always willing to offer someone else's help, sweetie.
Just remember to make good with your gods before you do.
Good thinking. I wouldn't want to meet the gods unprepared.
If you were in the Navy, does that mean you sang on ships?
Always. Helps pass the time, gives your work a rhythm. Why?
I heard you singing under your breath in the last fight. Then you were stabbing on beat.
I didn't even realize. How'd you notice?
It's the curse and blessing of having very large ears, dearie.
Well, guess the Navy left me with something useful after all.
I am going to need you to teach me that song, though. I wonder if it'd improve my spellcasting.
As if you'd need my help for that.
Flattery will get you everywhere, dearie.
Kai, you've killed people before.
Good evening to you, too. And, yeah.
Have you ever been haunted by one of them?
Well, the first has always stayed with me. This was in Deadfire. We were boarded by valiant privateers in the dead of night. One moment, I'm asleep, and the next, I'm staring down the barrel of a pistol. It misfired, and I ran him through before he could try again. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes as the light faded out of them. Is that what you wanted to know?
Oh dear, not exactly. When I said haunted, I meant, have you ever seen a ghost before?
Once, at sea, I heard moaning coming from the ship's lazarette. Never went down there again.
Noted, thank you. Do you need to talk about, you know, the dead privateer? Because I have time.
I think I just need a drink.
So let's get going then.
Looks like a dead end. Oh, I stand corrected.
Behind you!
On the right, dear. Roast them.
Don't see a better way down. You...
I see the disciple has found her way into the cell.
No. We know this voice, this presence, sneering at us through our prison bars.
I culled your rot from this land before. I will do it again.
Medica to books. Had a record of your presence here. Queen, that was.
And is. You carve lands into petty fiefdoms, but we are the gods of all Aora. question our purpose, search inside yourself.
Out. Out. Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with? Hell? It has forged the iron of its own restraints. Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods could only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland. Who else would have the strength?
It is true. She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained. Chaos has no respect for borders. It goes where it will. A pity that its followers could not be reasoned with. Of course I do. The poor godless, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them. We could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it. The crime dictates the punishment. Its mere existence is a threat. And expose my fellow gods to the corruption. Don't be absurd.
Why does our prison not protect us? Help us! Silence her!
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy. Then they will keep applying the rod until it understands. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and end its reign of terror permanently. Very well. I cannot force a child to bend to my will. But I will not stand by and watch you undo my work. You should have thought more carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
I never thought I'd learn of the Godless's fate from their killer.
That's it. From now on, I pray to no god.
Protect the envoy.
I don't know, I'm starting to think that Lorraine was right.
Look at that thing move. Wish there was time to study it before it kills us.
We've got company!
You won't get through. Come on! Come on!
What is that? I know that place, right? No. No. Why is this? They're dead. Like, it just happened. Like I remember.
This is the moment I found you, bundled and crying, while our parents died.
Viate. You're not here. You can't be here.
I am dead, Viate, from the Dream Scourge. We are in the garden. As strange as this seems, it is normal here. I can't be certain of that. I know that I am here, and for a purpose.
Oh, I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again? Then for the god's sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate. I can't take much more of this.
You know where we are. This is my memory. When everyone died, and I found you back in your tent. How much of this do you remember? I can't tell from your eyes.
We spoke at the village, but you were sick, and these people were decayed to the bone.
You confronted our past, Viate. but you did not close it. Sapadal wants to understand. They know your envoy very well, but not the people next to them.
I'm tired, Viate. I can't do this again.
I know you are. And I know you can keep going. You have to, if you want to stand before Sapadal. Even when we were children, you kept me alive, first by needing my protection, and then by being who you turned out to be. When you left Solace, it was like I lost more than my best friend. I lost my need to live. And then you left again. This time I followed you. I saw you abandon your search for Razvan, if that was ever your intention.
I wasn't exactly chomping at the bit to confront him, to be honest.
I may have been older, Viate, but you were always bigger than me where it mattered. I depended on you more than you know.
And I let you down. Fui too meio. I left you behind. No. I could have dealt with my problems and pushed through. You've helped me figure out how. Should have just done it sooner. So, what do we do now?
I feel strongly that there's nothing left to forgive.
Easier said than accepted, Viate. Forgiving myself is the hardest part. I haven't had a chance to think about all this. But Razvan's still out there. Did I really even solve anything?
I feel as though you have. More than you realize. His problem is hearing the words in the first place. Trust requires working eardrums.
I'm sorry. Repeat what you said? I can't hear Jatulin when they're spewing Saga.
Get out of here. Hike up your waistline and go talk to a god. They'll be waiting.
Well, it was good to see you, Viate. Even with all this.
Take care of my little friend, Envoy. He needs you more than he'll say.
soul for the wheel.
Get it together, Envoy.
Couldn't have done it better. Faster, I guess.
We'll get them next time, dear.
I recognize this. It belongs to Tama.
This room. It looks just like Tama's. Tama. No. No. I dealt with this. We stood at his memorial together. What is this, Envoy? This is your God's prison, not mine. I can't tell. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring, changing. Then what am I looking at? I know it's him, but I don't recognize him as the Tama I knew. It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense? Then why does he look so unfamiliar? I used to remember his face so clearly from that night. His rigid jaw, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners. He was in pain, but trying to hide it. I see everything. All his moments at once. Joy, sadness, anger, heartbreak, stomachache. Everything from the handful of years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. He's almost a stranger. Yeah, it is. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. But now that I see him as more, it's like he's free of that. You're right. I am. It's like you said. His memory is no longer a burden. For the longest, I was afraid to let go of this moment, like I'd be letting him go if I did. And now I see I was just holding on to something that was weighing us both down. Better than I could have said it. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the Dream Scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain? They've certainly suffered enough for one. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always.
Mesmo se mantém. So I'm supposed to burn this thing. Die. This is a gigantic place. Oh man. I'm just going to rush. If not, I'm not going to finish this game today.
this one out, Yardsley?
This place seems less like a death trap. Maybe we could stop, catch our breath.
Or maybe you just could continue.
I think we're safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison. Now, we'll just have to get past it.
Sapadal's prison, I think. What else could it be? Time to shut it down forever.
This one I need to defeat, so okay. I need the sword of that monster over there. Okay. Maybe I do, but I'm not sure.
You're bleeding!
Arms work like... It seems like we've drawn a crowd.
No, just rush, guys. Just run. Let's get to the objective. Pega, né? Já tá, segunda-feira. Começa às 8, termina às 8h10. Aí é bom. Termina mesmo. É, mais ou menos. Então, quase 11 horas na verdade, vai ser tarde. Vai ter uma aula só. Então esses dias que se pega. Uber. É, muito tarde, né? E pra voltar também, não sei se o horário de ônibus na minha cidade é difícil. Dependendo, não tem nem horário de ônibus pra voltar embora. Tarde pra ir, tarde pra voltar. Não, pera. Ah, não, a aula começa às 8. Vai ter às 10, então vai 8, 9, 10, 3 horas. Tá, mais 2 aulas. 3. Então uma aula. Bom, se for uma aula de 3 horas. 3 aulas. Minha volta vai de busão. É só pra ir que é ruim. Não sei que tá o meu, não tem. Pra voltar, mas que eu digo assim, tipo, tem bastante ônibus disponível ou não muito? Ou tem pouco ônibus disponível? Mas pra mim depois da 11 é difícil voltar de ônibus. Aqui 11 horas, 11h30 o último horário de ônibus. Tem uns que são de madrugada, né, mas daí depois das 11h30, por exemplo, e os ônibus começam a ficar tipo 1 e 1 hora, né? E aí fica de madrugada lá esperando. É complicado. Eu tô no final já. Na verdade, eu tô fazendo um final aqui, mas talvez não é o final que eu ia querer fazer. Tipo, mas já que eu me propus fazer esse final, mas não é o final que eu queria fazer. Eu queria fazer outro final lá aqui. Eu acabo com esse deus aí. Eu me torno tipo... meio que se eu fosse o rei dessas terras aqui. Não sei dizer, sei lá. E tem a outra, tem uma monstrona lá que é a inquisitora, né? Que ela tipo uma caveirona lá de espada também. Acabei derrotando ela. Podia ter ficado do lado dela como aliado, daí ia ficar meu personagem ia ser inquisitora aí como tipo, como ela se fosse os que mandam no lugar, né? Mas também, tudo bem. Não tem final certo nesse jogo. Finalmente. Vai comer alguma coisa. Tranquilo.
After so long. You are so small. We questioned if you were real.
É que esse jogo aqui tem muita coisa que é meio dúbia, assim. Tipo, não tem escolha certa ou errada. Sei lá. Todos os finais são satisfatórios. Até o ruim é um final bom. Tipo, até o final, o que o pessoal fala que é um final ruim, é um final que eu acho um final bom ainda. É bom alimento.
The rot. We feel it festering and spreading. What is it but an extension of our pain? Your dream scourge will end when our suffering does. We were innocent once. We woke and we wanted nothing but connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us, a sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The Strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh.
O Edica. Deixa eu procurar pra esse deus aí, o Edica. Deixa eu ver aqui o pessoal tá falando. Assim tá, camiseta do Avowed, jaqueta. Vai saber.
She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore. Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open. It will take you there. Breathe. Focus. Shape the essence with your hands. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills.
Is what to ask for. The beginning we need to talk about. To did.
We want nothing more than that. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now. A chance to regrow. We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long. You met death, and you offered your hand. And where is your mercy for us? You know we deserve better than this. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity.
If you promise you can tell you'll be better.
Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Let us have a chance to rest. We want peace. Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear?
I'm just going to choose some place that I don't want that. This game is a little dubious about some things. You think that you're doing something, but you go there, you discover that it's the other thing. But okay. But okay though. Cadê outro negócio? Esse aqui. Não. É uma brincadeira, onde tá o negócio? Preciso do negócio, onde que tá agora? Aquilo que eu... Pô, tá de brincadeira, né? Já tinha pego isso aqui. Pera, eu posso escolher onde que eu coloco isso aqui. Ah, vou colocar aqui, pronto. um negócio que eu preciso. Cadê? Pô, legal. Empolgou o negócio.
Another soul for the wheel. Maybe sit this one out, Yatsley.
Pô, mas onde que tá? Que legal, bugou o negócio. foi agora?
You have come at last, after so long. You are so small, we questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice, through armies and corrupted soil. You persevered. Now, you are here. It is real enough to hold us, a fortress, a nightmare. We were innocent once. We woke, and we wanted nothing but connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us. A sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The Strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh. She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore. Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now, we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open, it will take you there. A wellspring of power. We strain, but we could clear the way. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills. We want nothing more than that. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now. A chance to regrow.
Okay.
We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long. You met death, and you offered your hand. You taught us mercy. Always mercy. We saw how you would fight for those who could not. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity. Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Let us have a chance to rest.
Amen.
We want peace.
The choice end up in the same choice.
Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear? The beautiful thing you killed, already you have forgotten. We asked what you would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said? Then let us die. You would offer a beast and the world mercy from its pain. Grant us the same. The time has come for you to act. End our pain and the dream scourge will cease. Give us peace. It is all we have wanted for so long. Center your thoughts. Reach for us. Clear the fog. Tear down the gates. We were so blind, so lost. We brought such horrors to this place. We feel bright. We had forgotten what it is to live. We will grow, tend, flower. We will always remember this. We will remember you when you are ash and soil and mulch.
Nandra's depths.
It's paradise. But what happened here?
Gods, I can't believe this.
We should get down there quickly. Make sure we don't miss any of the fun.
Okay. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already?
This is Sapadal's doing. I'm certain of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far. What happened to the living land started long ago, and we're going to finish it.
Are you seeing this? I don't think Paradise looked like this when we left it.
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
Hey, at least you didn't let 6 years go by.
Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time? Assuming there's even a difference.
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. Feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Reingrim is here. Perhaps we'll get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Day Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
If he didn't start this himself.
The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
I'm not sure. That's good, right?
It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. Time will tell, I suppose.
After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal.
We've cured the land, and we've even freed a caged god. All in all, rather a successful day.
Kid and God entwine. The flower shades the soil in which it grows.
We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Hey, Martin, with me? Sansa. How did you make it out here?
Shall ripple across the living lands.
This is a crazy game. I never saw an RPG like this. I mean, that doesn't matter the choice that you made. There's no wrong choice. The right choice is the choice that is right for yourself, but it's not a right choice or a wrong
How
choice.
desperate do you think we are? You might as well hand us a declaration of war.
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
Did you meet your god there? The one whose marks you bear?
It's too preposterous to believe. How could a plague be ended by speaking with a god?
Everyone, please, please. We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak.
It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened? Finally, a ray of sunlight shines through the storm cloud.
I will not grovel at the envoy's feet for solving a plague I am not convinced was real.
Consider yourself blessed to be so ignorant, then. Thirdborn lost more good people than wardens with wits.
You know nothing of me or my people, you fucking pirate!
Warden Commander, look around you. Is this really the time?
Giata nearly had me convinced the Dream Scourge was some infection of essence. How could you stop such a thing, Envoy?
Zapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
So you say. But Shatterscarp is still littered with dream thralls, and Temerity is still pacing her room, muttering in the dark.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but. What of this god, then? What does it mean that you freed them?
Salvador is the god of godness and the god of the living lands.
Ludwig had intimated that this land grew a new god. But how can that be?
The gods are the gods. They are the foundation upon which our world is built. You can no more build a new god than you can create a new world. The very notion is preposterous.
Preposterous or not, it's happened. The Godless yearned to build something new. And over hundreds of years, they did. A god. I suspect this god of theirs, Zapadal, was created from Echidan souls. Wodka no doubt saw Zapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the Godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradise? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
We were no stranger to them in Fiorme Siverno. They harrowed our fields, tore our homes in half.
Similar roots had infected the structures at Naku Kubel. If they and the Dream Scourge were really the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
For now. Who's to say they don't get their feathers in a ruff again and wipe us all out with a tsunami?
First is Stilgarot, now a rogue god. Is there no place safe from turmoil in all the living lands?
Having Sapadal at our beck and call might be to our advantage. I'd like to see Rawatai try to stand toe-to-toe against a god.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nanru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now. But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradise. Inquisitor Ludwine has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast.
You did. I kicked her corpse when you weren't looking. Just to be sure.
Well, she's seen better days. But you wouldn't know it, judging by how she fights.
Ludwine's run through the militia like a whirlwind.
All right. Let's keep the similes to ourselves.
Oh, cheer up. You wouldn't be the first to make that mistake. Might not be the last either, depending on how things go. So long as her passion for Wodika lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That'll be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible. Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwine who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
She and her Steel Garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
The Steel Garrote broke through several days ago. As far as we can tell, Central Paradise has been completely overrun. What citizens still live are no doubt in hiding, including many of my people.
You couldn't have known this would happen. Don't take the guilt of the Steel Garrote upon yourself.
Some Paradisans got out, but we expect hundreds have been killed.
Well, it's been a point of debate. We can't agree on how to stand against the Steel Garrote, nor who should lead the effort.
There are too few of us to risk an uncoordinated effort.
So you let the Paradise militia go it alone?
Even if our meager forces should make it inside.
The siege won't end until Ludwine does. And none of you know how to kill her.
Precisely.
Thirdborn still suffers from the Dream Scourge. Though you may have ended the plague, Envoy, many in Shatterscarp still are not themselves. I could bring no more than a handful when we heard.
Likewise, my wardens are still reeling from effects of the eruption. The keep was saved, but there is much to repair, particularly if we are to endure a siege. Most of my men remain at the keep. I can't risk them against the Steel Garrote for the sake of Paradis, not when we are so few.
Oh man, I need to go to the bathroom.
The lawful settlement of a new Adirian colony, supposedly. Or the establishment of a Wodican state. She could win with a godlike in her ranks. Your presence would serve as a powerful endorsement. Somewhere inside that hollow head of hers, I believe she always hoped she'd turn you to her side. Remember, she has an obligation to Wodica, a solemn oath. And neither the Steel Garrote nor the queen that was look kindly upon oathbreakers.
Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her?
Excuse me? She's a 7-foot-tall skeleton powered by her devotion to the goddess of retribution. This isn't my fault.
Sure. Just blame the dead woman. Very mature.
Who else should I blame exactly? Our envoy, perhaps? For not stopping Ludwine in the tusks?
You could start with blaming your own incompetence.
Ludwine's the muscle. I'm merely the personality. What was I supposed to do? Frown her into submission?
What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control?
The Inquisitor was so convinced the Living Lands would unite against Adia that she's nearly made it true. One people, one law, one true God. That's Ludwine's vision for the Living Lands. What passes between Ludwine and her men, or between Ludwine and the Emperor, for that matter, is not my affair. But if I had to guess, this was the alternative.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you weasel out of this one.
I know it will. We are leading by example, returning order and dignity to Paradise in the wake of the Clavager's death. We will do the same to the frontier, given the chance.
Where was order and dignity when you burned Fior Messiverno?
My administration had nothing to do with that, as I know you know. Adiran rule and rule by the Steel Garrote would be markedly different beasts.
Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head.
Order and dignity. That's what you think we're missing? Bastards! All of you!
Isn't Paradise, its port, its trade, enough for you?
Ludwine agrees. Our success would model the order and dignity of the Steel Garrote, for whatever that's worth.
You think I'll ignore what I've seen with my own eyes? The Empire has brought us nothing but chaos and suffering.
When I think dignity, I think of the people who attacked Fior Messiverno unprovoked.
The Inquisitor answers only to Wodica. In attacking Paradise, she has dragged us all far beyond the bounds of the Emperor's desires. I've answered your questions. Now I would like you, all of you, to answer mine. Ludwine has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room? Before you face Ludwine, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adia will come. Indeed, we are already here. The Living Lands would become an extension of the Adiran Empire in leadership and law. Soldiers bearing the flag of Adir would be garrisoned in every town. They would be paid in Adiran shelling and speak only the Adiran language. Their roads would be smooth Adiran roads. Their medicine would be hygienic Adiran medicine. And their weapons would be efficient Adiran weapons. Our customs would become their customs. Our strengths would become their strengths. Our emperor would become their emperor. Turned toward a common purpose. No one, not Rawatai, not the Valian republics, not even a rogue god, would dare attack the Living Lands. This island would be safe for the first time in its history, and safe it would remain.
He would suppress our culture before it's had a chance to grow. Everything my people cultivated would be reduced to a footnote. If you have any love for this land, do not allow him to overwrite our history.
Brawatai built its empire from colonies like this. Many have become centers of culture and prosperity, backed by the protection of a strong navy. Of course, it can take decades to get there, and this road isn't an easy one. But Adir won't be the only empire eyeing this place. A formal agreement now could protect us from something worse later.
It shall be peaceful in that all dissenters will be silenced. So there's that.
The Living Lands is a lot of things, but it will never be Adir, no matter how hard Adir wants it to be. Adir should turn back now and save everyone a bunch of Blessed Day trouble.
The Adder's promise. Clip our feathers as we find our wings. The deed binds as the wire binds. To drown us, why were we set free?
Of course. The Living Lands would retain its own laws under a grave appointed by the Emperor. The grave would be expected to promote and develop the Living Lands to our mutual benefit. They would divide the island into administrative districts and see them governed by mayors appointed from the local communities. The island would provide tribute in the form of resources and taxes, and in times of war, soldiers. The Empire, I should note, is nearly always at war. In return, the Living Lands would enter Adir's sphere of influence, and should outside nations attempt to invade, we would come to the Grave Room's aid.
Tribute, he says. Taxes, soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers and fight their wars, to break us like wild animals. But I will not bend.
It's still a gamble, but I think it's the safest bet. We get the benefits of Imperial trade and protection without losing all of what makes this place special. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover.
We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, Envoy.
If we give Adir power over us, we can't be surprised if they decide to flex it later.
Subtle, pernicious, cut the rot, yet the disease remains. Safety among spiders. A web gleaming with dew. They weave, they wait.
Of course. Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our boughs. We graft many leaves into strength.
Well, let's not twiddle our thumbs while Paradise burns. I believe you'll find the Emperor agrees.
The dream of Fior ended with my father. My people are with you.
Not all of us. Solus will have no part in this, now or ever.
Thirdborn refuses to be involved. I'll eat my gun before I let you through our door.
We should never have tolerated a single Adiran on our shores. Our people showed them hospitality. And in return, they conquered us.
Wonderful. I'm sure everyone will adore working under the yoke of Adir. And just when you had stopped disappointing us, Vidaro, you find a new way to do so.
It is decided. I will tell the Emperor's men that Paradise will become a colony of Adir. That leaves the matter of Ludwine and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. Not even the establishment of a...
I think that I chose the wrong option. Okay.
Sansa, how did you make it out here? Guy! Envoy! Ah, the good... They marched in with no warning. I couldn't think. I just ran.
What happens in Donjon?
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting.
Same.
I'd rather have good company in a prison than paradise alone.
I had a feeling you might ask me that. I'm not sure I've really worked through what I've seen here, but I am grateful for the chance to see Yonku again. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? I'm completely baffled, but when haven't I been lately? Being afraid doesn't even feel scary anymore.
I think so. The garden is so much more than I expected. Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. Conflict and peace. Life and death. So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own.
Well, I won't lie to you, Envoy. A lot's happened. But here we are. I just need a moment to take it all in. Thank you, dearie. I'll be ready by the time the fun starts. And I wouldn't worry. Our little group here is perfectly frightening, and I'm sure our enemies would agree. We'll be fine. I can't speak for anyone else, though.
You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. And yet you've kept yourself and all of us together. How are you really doing?
You're very resilient. Under different circumstances, I would credit your nature as a godlike. But we all know better. You're strong enough to survive anything. Zapadal picked a good soul when they made you.
That actually made sense to me. As if I've learned something about souls and whatnot.
I'll take that as a compliment.
How about you, Envoy? What keeps you so stoic in the face of everything? Oh, your lecturer must have been furious. You're lucky to be alive.
When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall bear. Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you confronted your own killer and let him go. Takes a special kind of strength to stay your hand in a moment like that.
I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense.
I remember your calm. How you listened to my shouting match with the governor and actually heard me. And when they burned my home, you gave me another one. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
I thought you could have been more helpful personally.
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time. One crisis at a time, please. I can only lose so much sleep.
She's right. Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living land's suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can.
Don't think I haven't considered it. But our problems won't just go away on their own.
Stay here? I mean, we are here. It's supposed to be paradise. Can't be worse than Galawain's tusks.
Tempting as it sounds, if there's one thing I've learned from you, it's that running from problems only lets them fester.
Unfortunately, you are uniquely qualified to deal with this, so we're stuck fixing things. Dread. Sleep well, my friends. Marius, dear.
So... If the garden didn't kill us, I don't think anything can. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal, but politically, we have a small mess to tidy up. I intend to send a message to the Steel Garrote, and it won't be subtle. Anyway. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? So let's be grateful for today. You've earned a little peace of mind. I think that's enough wool gathering for now. Besides, I need to tinker on the phantasmal focus. Make sure it's ready for war. Don't stay up too late. Until next time.
Your people are...
Let's save here. I'm saving the game as I
Done.
can go to
You have the dog
other
to
options,
offer us
but probably not.
Envoy?
But okay.
Is it really you?
Yeah, it's me.
Me?
When you did...
Did you meet your...
It's too...
Everyone, it's been weeks.
Finally.
I consider... You...
Warden command.
Jata.
Sapadal.
So you...
There won't be any... Unfortunate. This will be a...
What of this...
Lewd?
The gods... You...
Preposterous or not, the godless. I suspect Wodka no...
I assume
They erupted.
We were no stranger.
Similar route, and the gods thought it better.
For now.
Having... Keeping...
Well, but come, Inquisitor.
You did.
Well, she...
Ludo.
All right.
So long...
Then we destroy... I have a thing.
Oh,
It is not... Well, you might not. It was...
I didn't hear.
She and...
The steel garrote broke through several days. As far to what's it?
You couldn't have...
Some
Well, we can...
There are...
So you let...
There's a lot of...
The siege won't...
Precisely.
talking.
All the... She... Some... Remember, neither the steel garrote nor the queen that was...
Thirdborn still suffers from the dreams. Though you... I could bring...
Likewise, the keep was most of my...
Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better... Sure.
Who else should I...
You could start with
Ludwig...
What?
The... One...
Oh. I can't wait to see how you weasel out of this one.
I know it will. We are leading by example, returning order and dignity to Paradise in the wake of the Clavager's death. We will do the same to the frontier, given the chance.
Where was order and dignity when you burned Fior Messiverno?
My administration had nothing to do with that, as I know you know. Adiran rule and rule by the Steel Garrote would be markedly different beasts.
Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head.
Order and dignity. That's what you think we're missing? Bastards! All of you!
Isn't Paradise, its port, its trade, enough for you?
What passes between Ludwig and her men? But if I... Ludwig...
You think I'll ignore what I've seen with my own eyes? The Empire has brought us nothing but chaos and suffering.
When I think dignity, I think of the people who attacked Fior Messiverno unprovoked.
The Inquisitor answers only to Wodka. In attacking Paradise, she has I've answered your questions. Ludwig has sent... What will his representatives find? Before you face Ludwig, you should... But whatever you did... The Living Lands would become an extension of the Adiran Empire in leadership and law. Soldiers bearing the flag of Adir would be garrisoned in every town. They would be paid in Adiran shelling and speak only the Adiran language. Their roads would be smooth Adiran roads. Their medicine would be hygienic Adiran medicine. And their weapons would be efficient Adiran weapons. Our customs would become their customs. Our strengths would become turned toward a common purpose. No, this island would be...
He would suppress our culture before it's had a chance to grow. Everything my people cultivated would be reduced to a footnote. If you have any love for this land, do not allow him to overwrite our history.
Brawatai built its empire from colonies like this. Many have become centers of culture and prosperity, backed by the protection of a strong navy. Of course, it can take decades to get there. And this road isn't an easy one. But Adir won't be the only empire eyeing this place. A formal agreement now could protect us from something worse later.
It shall be peaceful in that all dissenters will be silenced. So there's that.
Living Lands is a lot of things, but it will never be Adir, no matter how hard Adir wants it to be. Adir should turn back now and save everyone a bunch of blessed day trouble.
The adder's promise. Flip our feathers as we find the deed bind to drown us.
Okay.
Why were we set free?
So
Of course.
This is a bad choice.
The Living Lands would retain its own laws under a grave appointed by the Emperor. The grave would be expected to promote and develop the Living Lands to our mutual benefit. They would divide the island into administrative districts and see them governed by mayors appointed from the local communities. The island would provide tribute in the form of resources and taxes, and in times of war, the Empire should, in return...
Tribute, he says. Taxes, soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers.
It's still a game. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover.
We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, Envoy.
If we give Adir power over us, we can't be surprised if they decide to flex it later.
Son, safety among a web gleaming with dew. They weave, they wait.
Naturally, that would be the Emperor's decision. But I suspect he would choose you. Only the strong survive the frontier. I used to believe that was Ludwig. But you were born to rule here. Quite literally. Well, give the matter some thought. You owe that much to yourself, at least.
We give up our fighters and the wealth of our lands, and get promises in return. Can you wield a promise, Envoy? Can you drink it like clean water? Can you see it when you open both eyes wide?
A grave room wouldn't be my first choice, but we're going to need a hand with all the dream thralls left in Shatterscarp. So if the Emperor's willing to pitch in, then I guess so am I.
If a grave room will put an end to the fighting and allow my people to remain safely in Paradise, I suppose this is an arrangement I could accept.
Of course. Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives it's...
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be...
I think we ran things perfectly fine before...
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you. I like the idea of... But the Wardens cannot...
Thirdborn alone couldn't stand against the storm. We could deter...
My people rely on the sufferance of those in Paradise for safety. And Paradise will bear the brunt of the Emperor's reprisals. But if this is what this conclave wants, then Fior will stand beside you.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our... We graft. Many...
Well, a Let's not twiddle our thumbs while Paradis burns. A fine compromise.
The people of Fjord will accept a grave room.
So long as my wardens are left in peace, we will endure a grave room.
Thirdborn will support a grave room, unless the Empire inspires us to change our minds.
I do not trust your empire to show restraint in its control of the living lands. Gods help us.
We can worry about the future when it comes. This at least gives us the backing to survive and rebuild.
Right. Might as well go ahead and start designing those rebel flags sooner rather than later.
Good. We'll have perhaps a whole week of peace before the yoke starts chafing.
I will do my level best to convince the Emperor to accept a grave room. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradis, and eventually the island.
Whatever happens to the living lands, at least I can kill Ludwig. I'll take that over nothing.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradis militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
You're more than worth it. Now go. No doubt the Inquisitor grows impatient for the hunt.
Show them that the living lands will not be broken across Vodka's knee.
Gather your forces and secure the eastern gate. From there, take back the main plaza. I have faith in you. Gods be with you, Envoy.
Let's take back the city. Whatever happens tomorrow, the Steel Garrote can only make it worse.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
Okay. So, the way that I understand, kind of that doesn't matter what you do in the rest of the game. Only what's important, the choice that I made right now. In that conversation, that I could decide to stand with the
I can't wait to get the Steel Garrote a piece of my
whatever I
mind.
want.
The reckoning is
Kind
long
of
overdue.
that doesn't matter.
You're gonna give him a lot more than a piece of your mind. Save some for the rest.
Can't sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradis militia. Your Emperor will not be pleased. Political influence is dangerous. If you aren't careful, it can turn against you. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last. All we ask in return is that you do the same for us. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him. I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us. In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwig is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing. Precisely. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are. That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research.
But the future...
When I agreed to travel with you, I didn't think I'd find myself at the center of a political upheaval. And now the Living Lands is dependent on the Empire's generosity. Generosity which can be given and taken away. We're free to make our own laws until our Adiran masters revoke them. We're free to thrive until our taxes finance your next war, with our people padding the front lines. We're free until we're not. At the end of the day, I don't trust the Empire to show restraint with the Living Lands. They've done nothing to earn it. What's done is done. No point in faking a smile. Is it really that obvious? No matter who wins or loses, the Living Lands won't be the same. In my heart, I know that's a good thing. Life is impossible without change. And change can be frightening. I just want to put this behind us. I want it to be over. You too?
Well, here we are. We're doing this. We're fighting your people. Are you okay? No doubts or second thoughts? Well, what's the point of living if you don't have those little doubts? Thinking back on all we've done, it's impressive, don't you think? We went to the garden, a prison untouched by time. And that's skipping to the end. I mean, think of all we've done. You helped the Animancers get back on their feet after Fjord was razed. And though I may mourn the loss of Nakukubel, I can't deny that Thirdborn is safe now. Who would have thought I'd be here, fighting with an Adiran? Oh, I suppose I can work with that. Truly, thank you. I'm forever changed for our time together. As weird as you are, Envoy, I'm glad we're here, now, ready to save the Living Lands. Well, let's go kill that dead woman. How can I help, darling? We've been traveling together for a little while. I just have to know. Did you purposefully choose such colorful company, or is that just what you attract naturally? I mean, I'm very clearly a delight, so it's obvious why you let me stick around. But Kai's hiding a lot behind that humor of his, isn't he? Thinking that that could be Quilici in me is... not something I want to think about. And Marius... I don't know what's lurking in him, but I do think he should speak to someone on it. If he reaches out, do try, will you? As for Giada, well, clearly Giada is a gem. As for me, well, I'm just as riveting as you, but the boys are giving me a run for my money.
Honestly, I just not as I have to speak layman's term every moment of the day. Layman's.
It is a lovely little perk, isn't it? But so is the ability to actually talk to any you meet. Don't discount it. You do strike me as a people person. Tell me, do you get along with all you meet?
Do that. Indeed, it will be long until the finance back.
I understand. It's hard to be away from one you love, even for the best reasons. Can I ask about them? Your sweetheart? Were there stolen glances in the war room? Hands brushing under the table? Stolen kisses in the halls? That sounds like every romance novel I've ever seen. Good on you. And here I thought I had a wild youth exploring ruins. You might be putting me to shame, dearie. Quilici is quite good at knowing when to be sweet and when to be sour.
Yatsli, that's my surrogate father you're talking about? Spare my imagination, if you please.
Oh, you knew the risks when you came over uninvited, darling. It's on your head. Well, you've satisfied my curiosity. You know, Envoy, we've traveled enough that I think I've gotten a handle on your style. Style of fighting, I mean. Your fashion sense is more opaque. But listening to your incantations, they could use some tightening up. I could probably teach you a thing or two, if you're up. It. What do you say? Of course, darling. Easy as pie. What? Out of breath already? Talk to one of the boys. See if they can help with your stamina, dear. Well, I've taught you all I can. Let's hope you put it to good use.
You should get some sleep. Big day coming up. Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. It's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness. You know, I've never seen a bear go to war. They fight for survival, not for causes. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for, what? A concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradise until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine, really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it. Right. Careful you don't get stuck in all that sap. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed day rest.
So the Living Lands is finally joining the rest of the world. Part of me will miss the frontier days, but the comforts of civilization will be nice.
Don't get too comfortable in that soft bed, Makul. There'll always be someone to pull you out of it.
I call it colonization by another name. Freedom within limits. A contradiction if I ever heard of one.
Now that Adir has been given an inch, they'll soon take a mile.
Or we'll just take it back, like the Deerwood and Raed Saris. Either way, we should focus on the battle ahead. Ludwig's the real enemy.
I swore I'd try to keep the Envoy alive. That doesn't change just because I think she's making a huge mistake.
I can think of worse things than a little normalcy. Are you that worried about a pact with Adir?
Look, I don't give a skiff of Sokka for politics. Doesn't make a ton of difference what flag they fly over Paradise. But Adir, that's something different. That's not politics. It's inviting a predator to dinner and hoping they like the salad.
Kai, have you ever met a marine godlike? One of Andra's children?
Ngati's children, as they're called in Deadfire. I've heard stories.
So let's go. So, I love you. Can't you come in? Cool.
That weapon is working. Bad, Envoy.
I'll teach you! Found you!
Make me a kiss of the proud.
Stop right there!
Get off me! Careful, to the left!
You're going to regret this!
Quick as a fox! Gather round!
Everyone okay?
Who's next?
Nope.
Anyone?
So we have health. There's the Dream Scourge.
Don't worry about the eastern gate. I'll
Another soul here. Couldn't have done it better.
Is someone stop right there?
That was fun.
Envoy. Hope this is the right side. Protect the
What was that?
There's more.
Come on! Come on!
Another soul for the wheel.
I've got the plaza under control.
And stay down.
That's crazy.
Monica demands your submission. Stand against her and fall.
Let's pay Ludwig one final visit, shall we? She could use some payback for Naku Kubel, don't you think? Let's make sure she stays.
So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time? So you say. But you can't kill me in a way that hasn't been tried already.
I can't wait to prove you wrong.
Silence, child. The adults are talking. Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
Her order wields sharp steel. She must set down her blade.
Heelgard is a fool if he thinks half measures will save the island. When this is over, I'll instruct him, personally.
I won't weep for Heelgard.
As for you, Sapadal's chains are broken, which means your soul is in their grasp. I don't know how deeply you've been compromised, Envoy. And if I don't know, then I cannot suffer you to live. Judgment has been passed. Now comes the sentence. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
We would not welcome her death. There is still ample shade for her beneath our tree.
If my theory is correct, you're as mortal as we are.
Explain.
The righteousness of the old gods is no longer certain. And for one of your kind, uncertainty is a death sentence.
Interesting theory. But will you stake your life on it? Would you pit your logic against my faith?
My parents died in the name of research. If I must follow their example to the grave, so be it.
Then we'll see who triumphs, child.
That child will kill you if you're not careful, and I'll enjoy watching her do it.
Farewell, Envoy.
There's no coming back this time. Prepare yourself for the next world.
You won't be missed, Ludwig.
Once I'm done killing you, you're god of plague!
We are every seed in the soil. We will always grow.
Come on! Let's kill her! One last time!
Queen among queens! Send me your aid!
Wodica is done with you, Ludwig!
This starts getting interesting.
and wrong! Worth and wrong!
This kind of cool. Like two godlike's fighting. That's cool. Okay, 13 seconds.
Worth and wrong!
When we finish her first time. Is that done? Okay. Again.
Under my
Wherever Ludwine is now, she must be seething.
Of course, we'd be happy to kill her again, if needed.
She's done for, but we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together.
Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Unraveled at last. We no longer feel her wire against our flesh. We are free always. We are free forever.
Silence falls over Paradise, as though the city is holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. You feel Sapadal close to your thoughts, stirring with interest. The god of the living lands is observing this moment, unfettered by confusion or fear. For the first time in centuries, they understand. The Paradise militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The Dream Scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the plague came from a power beyond mortal understanding, and how it is finally at peace. With your guidance, the Living Lands becomes a vassal of the Adiran Empire. In exchange for their taxes and soldiers, the free settlements are protected from future attacks. The fight for survival is over. You showed the rebels of Paradise mercy, but they can never trust the Empire. Instead, they keep to the wilderness, always 2 steps ahead of Adir, only attacking when provoked. That is as close as they come to peace. The refugees of Emerald Stair find a cold welcome in the city of Paradise. Animancy is frowned upon, but their knowledge of agriculture is highly valued. The first bountiful harvest improves relations. The ashes of Fior Messiverno continue to smolder. Scavengers avoid the ruins, fearful of spirits unleashed by animancy gone awry. The once promising city is nothing but a cautionary tale. After so much chaos, the people of Shatterscarp find a moment to breathe. As a gesture of goodwill to its grave room, Adir sends a regiment to purge the remaining dream thralls still haunting the wilderness. But with the sound of Adiran cannons in the air, many Thirdborners wonder what their lives will look like when there is no longer a common enemy. After the Living Lands is declared a vassal of Adir, Solace Keep reluctantly opens the doors of its fortress, though not before numerous missives are sent to Mihala demanding the grave room be honored. Her reluctance costs the dwarves. The Pargrunen are never favored in trade negotiations, and are the last to be supplied by Adiran caravans. But the Wardens have rounder bellies than anyone can remember. For the first time in many years, Kai feels an agreeable restlessness. Not to flee, not to drift, but to venture. He visits the distant shores Tama told him about, and savors the modern marvels, ancient wonders, and breathtaking expanses he beholds. His heart swells, not with grief, but with awe. There is so much to discover, and he will spend his years chasing all of the joy and beauty the world has to offer him. With his travels alongside the envoy complete, Marius is left directionless once again. Rather than disappearing into his cups, however, Marius leans on his time among his companions to give him the strength to re-enter society and find comfort in civilization. He establishes a route between Paradise and Thirdborn, guiding travelers between the two in return for money and supplies. And while he has a reputation for being aloof, he joins the campfires from time to time, sharing stories of his time with the envoy that most travelers believe are completely made up. Giada learned much in your time together. How to stand up to authority, how to face the unknown, and how to move on from the past. But her family's unfinished work weighs heavily on her soul. Her inheritance is the burden of achieving the impossible. Such is the life of an animancer. At least now she has the right tools for the job, and new friends to help her through hard times. No longer under the threat of imminent death, Yardsley returns to the Animancers. Reunited with her beloved Quilici, she helps him and the Animancers as they put their lives together after the attack on Fior Messiverno. Eventually, she even has something nice to say to Vidaro. As the days pass in contentment and relative peace, Yardsley is struck by the persistent feeling that something is missing. Though she still devotes herself to her studies of both the arcane and the godless, the restlessness never goes away. Freed from torment for the first time in centuries, Sopadal turns their prodigious curiosity to the people that shaped them. They observe the ways their people live, and they think deeply about what they see. Though they flinch away from moments of violence, and they grieve souls returned to them too soon, the rage that once shook cities to rubble no longer rules them. Instead, they come to you with questions. They want to understand. After a time, they begin tentatively to garden. Where they can, they improve the lives of Kith. and the suffering that troubled them is reduced, if never fully eradicated. Their grief compels them to love, and they love unreservedly, with the power of a god. Sapadal has questions about what happens tomorrow, and the day after. You do your best to keep them calm, until the voice in your head is little more than a polite whisper. After everything you've been through, you don't mind the company. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
Cool. I like that ending. It was really satisfying. It was cool. Yeah. It wasn't bad. I enjoyed this game. I actually do. I don't know why people say that's not a good game, but so I can free run this game, play the open road. No, I can't. That's a shame. It should be possible to play in open road. Start new game. Let's load game. That's a shame that I can't play the open road, because I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't did, a lot of secondary missions that I didn't do that I would love to do. But okay, that's it. That was it. So if I want to play the open road, I need to go back in one save that I could play in open road and just do the stuff. But okay, this game was really satisfying. I liked this game. It was really cool. But for today, I think that is it. And now and maybe we will start Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Maybe. Don't know. Maybe. It could be a thing. But this game was really satisfying. I actually like it. I actually did like this game. It is a good game. There's some things that it could improve, and I don't know. The Avowed too, but it was really cool. It was really nice, man. And this game's really cool, yeah. It's super challenging, that's for sure. Super challenging. It's a hard game. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah. That was Nice to play this game. And I can play another time in future if I want. That's a good game to revisit. But yeah, for now I need to go, and tomorrow I will be back.